Journal entry, number 44, 15th of October, 1895.
As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered. One where the most innocent of dinner conversations concealed the most elaborate deception, and where a snowstorm that trapped us with strangers would reveal that sometimes the greatest mysteries lie not in what people steal, but in what they're willing to sacrifice for those they love. The autumn wind rattles my windows tonight, much as it did that fateful evening nearly 3 months ago, when Holmes first suggested our unexpected journey to Switzerland. I confess, dear journal, that at the time I thought his proposal was quite mad. We had just concluded the rather tedious affair of the Blackwood inheritance, a case that had required more patience than brilliance to solve, and I was looking forward to nothing more ambitious than a quiet evening with my medical journals, and perhaps a modest supper at Simpson's. "Watson," Holmes had announced, bursting into our sitting room with that peculiar energy that always preceded his more unconventional suggestions. "Pack your warmest clothes. We leave for Switzerland tomorrow morning." I looked up from my copy of The Lancet, where I had been reading a fascinating article on the treatment of recurring war wounds, a subject of more than academic interest to me, as my old Giselle bullet wound had been troubling me considerably of late. The damp London autumn seemed to have awakened every ache and phantom pain that the Afghan hills had bequeathed to me. "Switzerland," I replied, setting down the journal and regarding my friend with the mixture of exasperation and affection that had become my habitual response to his more impetuous announcements. "Holmes, might I inquire as to the nature of this sudden continental urgency? Have the Swiss banks been robbed? Has some Alpine mystery captured your imagination?" But Holmes was already moving about the room with that restless energy of his, gathering papers and consulting his continental railway guide. Nothing so dramatic, my dear fellow. Merely a physician's prescription, though not one written by any medical man. "I'm afraid I don't follow." He paused in his gathering and fixed me with that penetrating gaze that always made me feel he could read every thought written across my face. "Watson, you have been favouring your left leg for the better part of a fortnight. This morning you added an extra spoonful of sugar to your coffee, a sure sign that pain is disrupting your sleep and you require additional energy to compensate. Yesterday evening I observed you massage your shoulder 3 times during dinner, each time when you thought I was not looking." I shifted uncomfortably in my chair, though whether from the accuracy of his observations or the actual discomfort he described, I could not say. "The weather has been rather damp, precisely my point." He resumed his activity, now pulling his small travelling valise from beneath his bed. "What you require is not another London autumn of increasingly bitter cold and penetrating fog, but clean mountain air, therapeutic hot springs, and the sort of complete rest that only distance from Baker Street can provide." "Holmes," I protested, though I confess with less conviction than I had intended, "we cannot simply abandon London on a whim. What of your correspondence, your clients? Mrs. Hudson will think we've taken leave of our senses." "Mrs. Hudson," he replied with a slight smile, "took the liberty of suggesting this very course of action yesterday morning while you were out attending to your patients. It seems our excellent landlady has been observing your discomfort with the same attention to detail that you attribute solely to my methods of observation. I found myself both touched and mildly embarrassed to learn that my condition had been so apparent to our motherly landlady. And where, precisely, do you propose we undertake this therapeutic exile? Holmes produced a letter from his jacket pocket, the paper bearing the elegant letterhead of what appeared to be a continental hotel. The Grand Hotel Alpenhof, situated in a charming valley near Interlaken. I am informed by my correspondent, a former client whose discretion proved as valuable as his gratitude, that the establishment offers not only the finest Swiss hospitality, but also natural hot springs renowned for their beneficial effects upon rheumatic conditions. Your former client being the Baron von Reichenbach, whose somewhat delicate matter regarding a missing manuscript we resolved last spring. He writes that October is the perfect season for such a retreat. The summer crowds have departed, the winter sports enthusiasts have not yet arrived, and the autumn alpine air possesses what he describes as healing properties beyond the scope of conventional medicine. I must admit that as Holmes described the Baron's letter, painting pictures of crisp mountain mornings, thermal pools steaming in the cool air, and the profound quiet that only mountains can provide, I felt my resistance beginning to weaken. The persistent ache in my leg seemed to pulse in sympathy with his words, as if my body were adding its own voice to his persuasive arguments. The railway journey, I said, making what I knew was likely my final objection, will be quite arduous. On the contrary, Holmes replied, and I could detect the note of triumph in his voice that indicated he knew he had won. The new express service provides remarkably comfortable accommodations, and the journey itself will serve as part of the cure, removing us gradually from the smoke and noise of London to the pure air of the Alps. And so it was that we found ourselves 36 hours later settled into a first-class compartment of the Continental Express, watching the English countryside give way to French vineyards, and eventually to the dramatic peaks and valleys of Switzerland. I must confess that Holmes had been quite right about the therapeutic value of the journey itself. As London receded behind us, I felt not only the physical relief of motion and changing air, but also a mental lightness that I had not experienced in months. Holmes, for his part, proved to be an excellent travelling companion, demonstrating none of his usual restlessness or impatience with the measured pace of railway travel. Instead, he seemed genuinely interested in observing our fellow passengers and the changing landscape, making occasional observations about European railway systems, Alpine geology, or the curious habits of continental travellers. "Notice, Watson," he said as we shared a compartment with a portly German businessman and an elderly Englishwoman travelling with her companion, "how our German friend checks his pocket watch precisely every 23 minutes, yet never appears anxious about our schedule. This suggests a man accustomed to precision in his business dealings, but confident in systems beyond his control." "And what of our English travellers?" I inquired, enjoying this game of observation that Holmes played so naturally. He glanced discreetly towards the two women, who were engaged in quiet conversation over a guidebook to Swiss hotels. The elder lady, note the quality of her gloves, but the careful mending at the thumb, is gentle but economizing. The younger woman is not her daughter, despite their easy familiarity. Observe the deference in her posture, the way she waits for permission before speaking. A companion, almost certainly, but one treated with genuine affection rather than mere professional courtesy. As if summoned by our attention, the elderly woman looked up from her guidebook with a pleasant smile. "I beg your pardon, gentlemen, but might you be travelling to the Alpine region as well?" "Indeed, madam," I replied, tipping my hat. "Dr. Watson, and this is Mr. Holmes. We are bound for the Grand Hotel Alpenhof." "How delightful!" she exclaimed, and I was struck by the genuine warmth in her voice. "I am Mrs. Pembroke, and this is Miss Morrison, my dear companion. We too are destined for the Alpenhof, though I confess it will be rather grander than our usual accommodations." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his interest clearly piqued. "Your usual accommodations." Miss Morrison, a woman of perhaps 40, with kind eyes and prematurely grey hair, answered with a slight blush. "Mrs. Pembroke is too modest to say so, but she is something of an expert on therapeutic treatments for arthritis. We have visited nearly every spa town in Europe over the past 5 years." "Not an expert, my dear," Mrs. Pembroke corrected gently. "Merely a dedicated student. My late husband's condition required extensive travel in search of relief, and I found myself becoming quite knowledgeable about various treatments. Now I serve as what might charitably be called an informal consultant to other sufferers." I felt an immediate kinship with this practical, compassionate woman. "You must have accumulated considerable experience in such matters." "Indeed, doctor, for I perceive you are a medical man by your bearing and the way you instinctively assess physical comfort in others. I have had occasion to observe many cases similar to what I suspect brings you to the Alps." Her keen eyes had apparently noted my occasional shifting to accommodate my troublesome leg. Holmes and I exchanged a glance of mutual respect for this observant woman. "You are remarkably perceptive, Mrs. Pembroke," Holmes said. "Might I ask what leads you to select the Alpenhof in particular?" "Several factors," she replied, consulting her guidebook. "The thermal springs are fed by a particularly rich mineral source. The altitude provides excellent air quality without being so elevated as to cause distress, and—" here she smiled with obvious pleasure, "I am told the establishment attracts a most interesting variety of guests. Travelling can become quite solitary when undertaken primarily for medical purposes. The opportunity for a civilized company adds greatly to the therapeutic value of any retreat." The German gentleman, who had been listening to our conversation with apparent interest, cleared his throat politely. "Entschuldigung, pardon me, I could not help but overhear. I too am bound for the Alpenhof, and if I may be so bold, I believe Mrs. Pembroke's assessment is quite accurate. My name is Heinrich Müller, Dr. Heinrich Müller of Vienna, and I have stayed at the Alpenhof twice before." "A medical colleague?" I inquired. "Of sorts, doctor." Müller replied with a slight accent that spoke of careful education in multiple languages. "I am what might be called a specialist in nervous disorders. The combination of thermal treatments, mountain air, and the particular. The atmosphere of the Alpenhof has proven remarkably beneficial for patients suffering from what we term neurasthenia, nervous exhaustion brought on by the pressures of modern life." Holmes's eyebrows rose slightly at this description. "You speak of the atmosphere as if it possesses particular therapeutic properties beyond the obvious physical benefits. Dr. Mellor's weathered face creased in a thoughtful smile. Indeed, Mr. Kulm, Holmes. The Alpenhof has developed something of a reputation among European physicians as a place where healing encompasses more than mere physical restoration. The proprietor, Herr Zimmermann, has created an environment that encourages, how do you say, the restoration of psychological equilibrium as well as bodily health. As our train wound through increasingly dramatic Alpine scenery, I found myself genuinely anticipating our arrival at this remarkable establishment. The prospect of thermal baths and mountain air had initially attracted me purely for their potential relief of my physical discomforts, but the conversation with our fellow travellers had awakened my curiosity about the social and psychological dimensions of our destination. Holmes, I observed, was displaying that particular quality of attention that indicated his detective instincts were engaged, though whether by Dr. Muller's intriguing descriptions or by some other aspect of our journey, I could not determine. He had begun that subtle process of observation and cataloguing that always preceded his most interesting deductions. Dr. Muller, he said, his tone carefully casual. You mentioned that you had stayed at the Alpenhof twice before. Might I inquire whether you found the variety of guests as interesting as Mrs. Pembroke anticipates? The Austrian physician's expression grew thoughtful, and I detected a slight hesitation before he answered. The Alpenhof does indeed attract a most diverse clientele, Mr. Holmes. Persons from various countries and social stations, each seeking their own particular form of restoration. I have found that when people are removed from their familiar surroundings and placed in circumstances that encourage both relaxation and reflection, they often reveal aspects of themselves that remain hidden in their ordinary lives. How fascinating, Holmes murmured, though I could hear the deeper interest beneath his casual tone. Our conversation continued as the afternoon light began to fade, and the mountains rose ever higher around us. Mrs. Pembroke proved to be a delightful conversationalist, with a fund of stories from her various spa tours, while Miss Morrison demonstrated a quiet intelligence and dry wit that had clearly endeared her to her employer. Dr. Muller, though more reserved, offered fascinating insights into the psychology of therapeutic travel and the curious social dynamics that developed among temporary communities of health seekers. As evening approached and the lights of Interlaken came into view, I realized that my anticipation for our Alpine retreat had grown far beyond simple hopes for physical relief. The promise of interested company, combined with the prospect of observing Holmes in an environment completely removed from the criminal underworld of London, had transformed what I had initially seen as a medical necessity into what might prove to be a genuinely enriching experience. Gentlemen, Mrs. Pembroke announced as we began gathering our belongings, I do hope we shall have the pleasure of continuing our acquaintance at the Alpenhof. Indeed, madam, I replied, and meant it sincerely. I suspect this Alpine adventure may prove more interesting than any of us anticipate. Holmes caught my eye as I spoke these words, and I saw in his expression that familiar glint that suggested he had already begun to detect undercurrents of mystery in what others might see as mere polite conversation. Little did I know, as our train pulled into the station and we prepared for the final stage of our journey to the Grand Hotel Alpenhof, that our innocent therapeutic retreat would soon become one of the most unusual and ultimately illuminating cases of our entire partnership. The mountain air that greeted us as we stepped from the railway carriage was indeed as crisp and invigorating as promised, carrying scents of pine and snow and that peculiar clarity that belongs only to high altitudes. But beneath that crystalline purity, had I known to detect it, lay the first subtle whispers of the storm that would soon trap us all in circumstances none of us could have foreseen, and with consequences that would challenge not only Holmes's methods of detection, but his understanding of justice itself. The carriage ride from Interlaken to the Grand Hotel Alpenhof wound through valleys that seemed carved by the hands of ancient gods, each turn revealing vistas more breathtaking than the last. As we climbed steadily higher into the mountains, I found myself reflecting, as I do now, these many months later, upon how external forces so often serve to reveal the internal truths we carry within us. The approaching storm that would soon trap us all together was merely nature's way of creating the circumstances necessary for human nature to reveal itself in its most authentic form. The Alpenhof, when it finally came into view as our carriage rounded a particularly dramatic bend, exceeded even my elevated expectations. The hotel rose from its mountain perch like something from a fairy tale, its timber and stone construction perfectly harmonized with the Alpine landscape, while suggesting luxury and comfort beyond anything I had imagined. Gas lamps already glowed warmly in the gathering dusk, and smoke rose from multiple chimneys, promising the kind of hearth-warmed welcome that only the finest establishments can provide. "Magnificent," breathed Mrs. Pembroke from the seat opposite, and even the usually reserved Miss Morrison murmured her agreement. Dr. Muller nodded approvingly, while Holmes surveyed the building with that analytical eye that automatically catalogued architectural details, security considerations, and what he would later describe as the subtle signs that distinguish genuine hospitality from mere commercial accommodation. As our carriages drew up before the hotel's grand entrance, I was struck by the immediate attention we received. The staff moved with practiced efficiency, yet without the impersonal haste that characterized so many commercial establishments. Our luggage was handled with care, and we were ushered into a lobby that managed to be both imposing and welcoming, a considerable architectural achievement that spoke well of the proprietor's understanding of his guests' needs. Herr Zimmermann himself appeared within moments of our arrival, a man of perhaps 50, with the robust health that mountain living often bestows, yet possessing the refined manners of one accustomed to catering to distinguished guests. His English, though accented, was precise and cultured, and his greeting suggested genuine pleasure at our arrival, rather than mere professional courtesy. "Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes," he said, consulting what appeared to be a leather-bound registry. "We are honoured by your presence. Dr. Muller, welcome back to the Alpenhof. Your usual suite has been prepared. Mrs. Pembroke, Miss Morrison, I trust your journey was comfortable?" I was impressed by his personal attention to each guest, suggesting either an exceptional memory or very thorough preparation for our arrival. As we completed the registration formalities, I became aware of other guests moving about the lobby and adjacent public rooms, figures glimpsed peripherally but suggesting the diverse and interesting company that Mrs. Pembroke had anticipated. Holmes, I noticed, had positioned himself where he could observe both the registration desk and the broader social dynamics of the hotel, his attention apparently casual, but, in reality, meticulously cataloguing every detail. Already, I suspected, he was beginning to form those preliminary impressions that would later prove so crucial to understanding the events that were to unfold. Our rooms, when we were shown to them, proved to be everything the hotel's reputation had promised. Mine overlooked the valley through which we had travelled, offering views that would surely prove therapeutic in themselves, while Holmes's adjacent chamber commanded a prospect of the hotel's gardens and the dramatic peaks beyond. Both rooms were furnished with that combination of comfort and elegance that characterizes truly superior accommodation, and the thermal heating system, fed, we were informed, by the same mineral springs that supplied the hotel's famous baths, ensured a warmth and comfort that seemed almost luxurious after the increasingly chill mountain air. "Watson," Holmes said, appearing at the connecting door between our chambers as I was unpacking my medical bag, "I suggest we explore the hotel's public areas before dinner. The evening hours often provide the most revealing insights into an establishment's character and clientele." I readily agreed, partly out of curiosity about our temporary home, but primarily because I had already begun to feel the beneficial effects of the mountain air, and wished to explore the grounds before darkness made such exploration impossible. Holmes, I suspected, had other motivations for this preliminary reconnaissance, though as yet I could not determine what particular aspects of our situation had engaged his detective instincts. The hotel's public areas proved to be a marvel of thoughtful design and comfortable elegance. The main salon occupied what must have been the entire ground floor of one wing, with enormous windows offering panoramic mountain views and furnishings arranged to encourage both intimate conversation and larger social gatherings. A magnificent stone fireplace dominated one end of the room, already crackling with a welcoming fire that seemed to draw guests naturally into its warm circle. The thermal bath facilities, which we inspected briefly during our tour, exceeded even Dr. Müller's enthusiastic descriptions. The mineral pools, fed by natural hot springs, were housed within a conservatory that provided the sensation of bathing outdoors while protecting against mountain weather. The water itself possessed that distinctive mineral scent that spoke of deep earth origins and genuine therapeutic properties, and I found myself anticipating my first immersion with considerable pleasure. It was during this initial exploration that we encountered several of our fellow guests, each introduction adding new dimensions to what was clearly becoming a fascinating social microcosm. The first was a woman of perhaps 35, possessed of striking beauty and an unmistakable air of aristocracy, who was examining the hotel's small but excellent library when we entered. "Gentlemen," she said in English, touched with a faint continental accent, "you must be the English travellers who arrived with Dr. Müller. I am Countess Elena Valdez." Her smile was warm, but carried that subtle reserve that speaks of noble birth and careful breeding. Holmes executed a perfect bow, while I offered a respectful nod. "Dr. Watson, and this is Mr. Holmes. We are delighted to make your acquaintance, Countess." Dr. Watson. How fortunate. I was hoping to encounter a medical man during my stay. I suffer from what my own physicians describe as nervous exhaustion, brought on by the pressures of managing family estates in increasingly difficult times. She gestured elegantly toward the bookshelves. I find that combining the hotel's excellent thermal treatments with improving literature provides the most comprehensive restoration. As she spoke, I found myself automatically cataloguing the subtle signs that confirmed both her aristocratic status and her current circumstances. Her clothing was of the finest quality, but showed the careful maintenance that suggested reduced means, while her manner combined natural authority with a hint of the anxiety that often accompanies financial uncertainty. Holmes, I observed, was making his own assessments with typical thoroughness. Our conversation was interrupted by the approach of another guest, a man of perhaps 40, impeccably dressed in the manner of successful commerce, with the confident bearing that speaks of considerable worldly achievement. His introduction confirmed my initial assessment. "Pemberton," he said, extending a firm handshake. "James Pemberton of Pemberton Industries. Delighted to meet fellow Englishmen. One encounters so few familiar accents in these Alpine retreats. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Holmes replied. "We understand the Alpenhof attracts guests from across Europe." "Indeed it does," Pemberton agreed, though I detected a slight tension beneath his hearty manner. "Myself, I come here annually to escape the pressures of industrial management. The steel business, gentlemen, leaves little opportunity for rest during the normal course of the year." As we chatted, I began to sense undercurrents that suggested Mr. Pemberton's retreat might involve more than simple desire for relaxation. His hands, though well manicured, showed signs of recent stress, slight tremors when he thought himself unobserved, and a tendency to check his pocket watch more frequently than the passage of conversation required. Holmes, naturally, had noted these details as well, though his own manner remained perfectly cordial and unrevealing. Our growing group was joined by a young woman of perhaps 25, plainly but neatly dressed, with the quiet composure that often characterizes those who earn their living through service to others. Her introduction confirmed my assessment. "Miss Catherine Fairweather," she said, with a slight curtsy that spoke of good breeding despite her obvious employment status. "I serve as governess to the Marchmont family, though I am presently enjoying a brief holiday through my employer's generosity." There was something in Miss Fairweather's manner, a combination of gratitude and underlying worry, that immediately engaged my sympathies. The life of a governess, particularly one dependent upon employer generosity for any respite from duty, is often precarious, and I sensed in her the particular strain that comes from maintaining dignity while living constantly at the mercy of others' continued approval. Holmes's attention had sharpened perceptibly during Miss Fairweather's introduction, though he maintained his outward attitude of polite interest. I had learned to recognize this particular quality of attention in my friend. It suggested that he had detected some detail or inconsistency that merited further observation, though as yet I could not determine what had caught his interest. Our informal gathering continued to grow as we moved toward the dining room for dinner. We were joined by a final member of what would prove to be our complete party, a man of perhaps 50, distinguished in appearance, but somehow elusive in manner, who introduced himself simply as Ashford. "Thomas Ashford," he said with the kind of smile that manages to be both pleasant and entirely unrevealing. I travel frequently on business, import and export, and find these Alpine retreats provide necessary respite from the demands of continental commerce. I noticed that Mr. Ashford's introduction, while perfectly polite, conveyed remarkably little specific information about either his business or his circumstances. Holmes, I observed, had noted this as well, though his own response remained warmly cordial. The dinner itself proved to be a remarkable affair, both for the excellence of the cuisine and for the fascinating interplay of personalities around our table. Herr Zimmermann had arranged for us to be seated together, whether by design or mere convenience I could not determine, and the conversation that developed over the course of the meal provided insights into each of our companions that proved, in retrospect, crucial to understanding the events that were to follow. It was during the fish course that Countess Valdez made the observation that would later assume such significance, though at the time it seemed merely an elegant woman's natural pride in a beautiful possession. "I must confess," she said, touching the extraordinary brooch that adorned her evening dress, "that I feel almost guilty about wearing such finery in these rustic surroundings. This piece belonged to my great-grandmother, a gift from a Medici prince, according to family legend. The jeweller who last appraised it described it as irreplaceable, both for its historical significance and its artistic merit. The brooch was indeed remarkable, an intricate creation of gold and precious stones that caught the candlelight with every movement, clearly the work of a master craftsman, and undoubtedly of considerable value. Each of our dinner companions examined it with appropriate appreciation, though I noticed that several seemed to study it with more than casual interest. Mr. Pemberton's commercial eye clearly assessed its worth, while Miss Fairweather's gaze held a quality of wistful longing that spoke of reduced circumstances and financial anxiety. Dr. Muller examined it with the precision of one accustomed to evaluating valuable objects, and Mr. Ashford's interest seemed oddly professional for someone supposedly engaged in import-export business. Holmes, naturally, observed not only the brooch itself, but each person's reaction to it, with his characteristic thoroughness. "Family heirlooms," Mrs. Pembroke observed thoughtfully, "carry such weight of history and responsibility. One feels almost like a custodian, rather than an owner." "Precisely," the Countess agreed. "There are times when I wonder whether such pieces belong in museums rather than private collections, yet the sentimental attachment makes parting with them unthinkable." As the evening progressed, we moved to the main salon for coffee and liqueurs, and I began to observe the subtle social dynamics that were developing among our group. The Countess, despite her reduced circumstances, maintained natural authority as the highest-ranking member of our party, while Mr. Pemberton's commercial success gave him confidence in expressing opinions on a wide range of subjects. Dr. Muller's professional status and previous familiarity with the hotel made him something of an informal guide to the establishment's amenities and customs. Miss Fairweather, though obviously well-educated and intelligent, maintained the careful reserve appropriate to her dependent status, contributing to conversations when invited, but never presuming upon the social equality that her circumstances did not permit. Mr. Ashford proved to be an entertaining conversationalist with a fund of stories from his travels, though I noticed that his anecdotes, while amusing, revealed remarkably little about his actual business activities. Holmes, for his part, played the role of interested observer to perfection, encouraging each person to speak freely about their backgrounds and circumstances, while revealing little of his own famous profession. I suspected he was already beginning to form those preliminary character assessments that would later prove so valuable, though his methods remained subtle enough that our companions likely saw him as merely a well-travelled gentleman with broad intellectual interests. It was near 10 o'clock when Herr Zimmermann approached our group with a slight frown of concern creasing his usually pleasant features. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "I feel I should inform you that the weather reports suggest we may experience rather severe conditions over the next several days. A significant storm system is approaching from the west, and while the hotel is fully prepared for such eventualities, it is possible that travel to and from the valley may become temporarily impossible." Mr. Pemberton looked up sharply from his brandy. "How temporary?" "Perhaps 3 or 4 days, mein Herr. The mountain passes can become quite dangerous during severe weather, and safety must be our primary concern." I noticed that each member of our party reacted to this news according to their individual circumstances and temperaments. The Countess seemed merely philosophical about the prospect of extended leisure, while Dr. Muller appeared positively pleased at the opportunity for prolonged rest. Mrs. Pembroke and Miss Morrison exchanged glances that suggested they had encountered similar situations before, and were well prepared for the inconvenience. Miss Fairweather, however, seemed genuinely distressed by the possibility of extended delay, though she attempted to conceal her concern. Mr. Ashford's reaction was more difficult to read. He appeared thoughtful rather than worried, as if calculating the implications of unexpected delay for whatever business had brought him to Switzerland. Mr. Pemberton's response was the most overtly negative, muttering something about commercial obligations and impossible timing. Holmes listened to these various reactions with the absorbed attention of a naturalist observing species behavior, filing away each response for future reference. I suspected he was already beginning to formulate theories about what these reactions might reveal about our companion's true circumstances and motivations. As the evening drew to a close and our party began to disperse toward their respective chambers, I found myself reflecting upon the curious social experiment that circumstances seemed to be creating. Here we were, 8 strangers from diverse backgrounds, about to be confined together by forces beyond our control, in circumstances that would inevitably reveal far more about each of us than ordinary social intercourse would normally permit. The Countess retired first, carefully securing her remarkable brooch in what appeared to be a specially designed travel case, while expressing her pleasure at the prospect of several days of uninterrupted rest and cultivation. The others followed gradually, each bidding pleasant good nights and expressing hopes for continued agreeable company during our enforced stay. Holmes and I were among the last to retire, pausing in the now quiet salon to observe the dying fire and listen to the wind that had begun to rise outside the hotel's substantial walls. An interesting collection of personalities, I observed, settling into one of the comfortable chairs near the fireplace. "Indeed?" Holmes replied, though his tone suggested deeper currents of thought than my casual comment had intended to provoke. "Tell me, Watson, what did you make of our dinner conversation?" "Pleasant enough, though I suspect each of our companions is carrying burdens they haven't chosen to share. Miss Fairweather seems particularly anxious about something, and Mr. Pemberton's commercial confidence appears to mask some underlying concern." "Very good. And what of the Countess's brooch?" I considered the question, trying to determine what significance Holmes might be attaching to what had seemed merely a natural display of feminine pride in a beautiful possession. A remarkable piece, clearly valuable both artistically and monetarily. She seemed justifiably proud of it, and the reactions of our companions. Now I began to understand the direction of his inquiry. Each examined it with considerable interest, certainly. More interesting, perhaps, than mere appreciation of its beauty would account for. "Precisely." Holmes stood and moved to the window, where the rising wind was beginning to rattle the glass. "Watson, I have a strong suspicion that our therapeutic Alpine retreat is about to become something rather more complex than either of us anticipated." As if summoned by his words, a particularly violent gust of wind shook the hotel's substantial frame, and we could see the first flakes of snow beginning to swirl past the lamplight outside. The storm that would trap us all together was beginning in earnest, and with it, the circumstances that would transform our innocent gathering of health-seekers into one of the most unusual and ultimately enlightening cases of our partnership. I retired to my chamber that night, with the sound of increasing wind in my ears, and Holmes's prophetic words echoing in my mind, little knowing that before another sunset, the Countess's precious brooch would be gone, and our pleasant collection of fellow guests would be transformed into a circle of suspects in one of the most delicately handled investigations of Holmes's entire career. I awoke the following morning to a world transformed. The storm that Herr Zimmermann had predicted with such accuracy had arrived during the night, with a ferocity that even my military experience had not prepared me to expect in these Alpine regions. Snow lay thick against my chamber windows, and the wind continued to howl with such persistence that the very walls of the substantial hotel seemed to vibrate with its force. Looking back now, I realize that nature had indeed conspired to create the perfect conditions for the extraordinary events that were about to unfold, isolating us completely from the outside world and creating that peculiar intimacy that develops among strangers when they find themselves dependent upon one another for society and comfort. My morning routine, usually so predictable and comforting, was disrupted almost immediately by sounds from the corridor outside my chamber. Not the quiet efficiency of hotel staff going about their duties, but rather the unmistakable tones of distress and urgency that my medical training had taught me to recognize instantly. Even before the rapid knocking came at my door, I was already reaching for my dressing gown, my physician's instincts fully aroused. Dr. Watson, please come quickly." The voice belonged to Miss Morrison, Mrs. Pembroke's companion, and carried such genuine alarm that I required no further urging. I opened my door to find Miss Morrison in a state of considerable agitation, her usually composed demeanour entirely abandoned. Behind her stood Herr Zimmermann, his face grave with concern, while further down the corridor I could see other guests beginning to emerge from their chambers in response to what were unmistakably cries of distress emanating from the Countess's suite. "What has happened?" I inquired, even as I was already moving toward the source of the commotion. "It is the Countess, Doctor," Herr Zimmermann replied, his English becoming slightly more accented under stress. "She is most distraught. We hoped that your medical expertise might provide some assistance." The door to the Countess's suite stood open, and as we approached, the sounds of genuine anguish became more distinct. I could hear Countess Valdez speaking rapidly in what I took to be Spanish, her voice carrying the particular quality of distress that speaks of loss rather than mere physical discomfort. Mrs. Pembroke was attempting to provide comfort in her practical, motherly way, while Dr. Muller's presence suggested that medical assistance had already been summoned. As I entered the suite, I was immediately struck by the scene of disorder that greeted me. The Countess's personal effects were scattered about the sitting room with the systematic thoroughness that speaks not of casual disturbance, but of deliberate search. Drawers had been opened, and their contents carefully examined, while papers and personal items lay arranged with the kind of methodical precision that suggested someone had been looking for something specific. The Countess herself sat in a chair near the window, her face pale, but her bearing still possessed of that natural dignity that no amount of distress could entirely diminish. She looked up as I entered, and I could see in her dark eyes the particular combination of shock and disbelief that characterizes the victim of theft. "Dr. Watson," she said, her accented English carefully controlled despite her obvious emotional state. "Forgive me for disturbing your morning, but I find myself in most desperate circumstances." "Countess," I replied, approaching with the careful manner I had learned to adopt when dealing with patients in states of acute distress. "Please tell me what has occurred. Perhaps I can be of assistance." She gestured toward the dressing table, where an ornate jewelry case stood open, its velvet-lined compartments clearly visible. Even from across the room, I could see that the case had been thoroughly but carefully searched, each item examined and replaced with the kind of systematic attention that spoke of professional expertise. "My brooch," she said simply, and those two words carried such weight of loss that I felt an immediate surge of sympathy for her plight. "The Medici brooch that belonged to my great-grandmother. It has been taken." Dr. Muller, who had been examining the jewelry case with professional thoroughness, looked up as I approached. "I have made a preliminary examination," he said quietly. "The case shows no signs of forced entry, and indeed, nothing else appears to have been disturbed. Only the brooch is missing. I moved to examine the case myself, my medical training having taught me to observe details that others might overlook. The lock mechanism showed no signs of damage, and indeed, the case appeared to have been opened with either the proper key or exceptional skill. The other pieces of jewelry, while clearly valuable, remained undisturbed in their individual compartments, arranged with the kind of care that suggested intimate familiarity with their proper placement. "Countess," I said gently, "might I ask when you last saw the brooch?" "Last evening, of course, when I retired. I always secure my jewelry carefully before sleep, a habit formed through years of travel. The case was locked, and I placed the key..." She paused, moving to a small writing desk near the window. "Here, in this drawer, where I always keep it." I followed her to the desk and observed that the drawer in question, while clearly having been opened and examined, showed no signs of forced entry. The key lay in its accustomed place, alongside other small personal items that appeared undisturbed. "The room was locked when you retired?" I inquired. "Certainly. I am most particular about such matters, and when I awoke this morning." She gestured helplessly at the disturbed state of her sitting room. I discovered this. It was at this moment that Holmes appeared in the doorway, fully dressed despite the early hour, his keen eyes immediately cataloguing every detail of the scene before him. I could see that familiar process of observation and analysis beginning even as he offered his sympathies to the distressed Countess. "Countess Valdez," he said with that particular combination of authority and gentleness that characterized his manner with victims of crime. "I am deeply sorry for your loss. Might I be permitted to examine the scene? I have some experience in such matters." The Countess, perhaps recognizing something in Holmes's manner that suggested competence beyond that of an ordinary hotel guest, nodded her agreement. Dr. Muller stepped aside to allow Holmes access to the jewelry case, while I positioned myself where I could observe both my friend's methods and the reactions of our growing audience. For by now, word of the theft had spread throughout the hotel, and our various fellow guests had begun to gather in the corridor outside the Countess's suite. Mr. Pemberton appeared first, his commercial instincts clearly aroused by the mention of valuable property, while Miss Fairweather followed, her face showing genuine concern for the Countess's distress. Mr. Ashford arrived last, his expression carefully neutral in the way that I had already learned to associate with his character. Holmes's examination of the scene was, as always, methodical and thorough. He spent considerable time studying the jewelry case itself, using his magnifying glass to examine the lock mechanism and the interior arrangements. He then moved to the writing desk, paying particular attention to the drawer where the key had been kept, before turning his attention to the room's windows and the door through which entry had presumably been gained. "Most interesting," he murmured, more to himself than to his audience, as he knelt to examine the carpet near the room's entrance. His magnifying glass revealed something that caused him to nod with satisfaction, though he made no immediate comment about his discovery. The examination of the windows proved particularly intriguing. The Countess's suite was located on the second floor of the hotel, with windows that opened onto a small balcony overlooking the gardens. Holmes spent several minutes studying the window latches and examining the balcony itself, despite the continuing storm that made such outdoor investigation decidedly uncomfortable. "The snow," he observed to me quietly as he returned from the balcony, "provides excellent evidence of recent activity, or the lack thereof." When he had completed his preliminary examination, Holmes turned to address the assembled group with that grave courtesy that always marked his handling of serious cases. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "I must inform you that we are dealing with a theft of considerable sophistication." The brooch was removed by someone with intimate knowledge of the Countess's habits and considerable skill in the art of lock manipulation. Mr. Pemberton stepped forward, his business instincts clearly engaged. Are you suggesting that this was the work of a professional thief? The evidence, Holmes replied carefully, suggests someone with professional expertise, certainly. However, the circumstances of our current isolation limit the possibilities considerably. The implications of his statement settled upon our group like a chill more penetrating than the Alpine storm raging outside. If the theft had been committed by someone with professional skills, yet we were trapped by the weather with no possibility of outside entry or departure, then the thief must necessarily be among our small community of guests. Dr. Mueller was the first to voice what we were all beginning to realize. You mean to suggest that one of us... He could not bring himself to complete the accusation. I suggest nothing beyond what the evidence reveals, Holmes replied diplomatically. However, the facts must be faced with courage and honesty if we hope to resolve this matter satisfactorily. The Countess, who had remained silent during Holmes's examination, now spoke with quiet dignity. Gentlemen, ladies, I wish to make my position clear. While the brooch is indeed precious to me, both sentimentally and financially, I have no desire to see innocent persons subjected to suspicion or distress on my account. If it cannot be recovered without causing discord among our company, I am prepared to accept my loss with resignation. Her words, spoken with such grace under circumstances that would have rendered many persons bitter or accusatory, seemed to touch each member of our group in different ways. Mrs. Pembroke expressed immediate sympathy and support, while Miss Morrison murmured agreement with her employer's charitable sentiments. Miss Fairweather appeared genuinely moved by the Countess's magnanimity, and even Mr. Ashford's usually impassive expression softened with what appeared to be genuine respect. Mr. Pemberton, however, seemed troubled by implications beyond the immediate theft. Countess, while your generosity does you credit, we must consider the broader consequences. If there is indeed a thief among our company, what guarantee do any of us have that our own property is secure? It was a practical concern that I had to acknowledge carried considerable weight. We were, after all, trapped together for an indefinite period, and the knowledge that one among us was capable of such violation of trust and hospitality would inevitably poison the atmosphere of our enforced community. Holmes seemed to understand the delicate balance of concerns that the situation presented. Mr. Pemberton raises valid points, he said thoughtfully. However, I would suggest that hasty conclusions or accusations would be equally harmful to our collective peace of mind. Might I propose that we allow me to conduct a more thorough investigation, with the understanding that any conclusions I reach will be shared with complete discretion and tact? Herr Zimmermann, who had remained largely silent during these proceedings, now steps forward with obvious relief. Mr. Holmes, if you are indeed willing to undertake such an investigation, you would have my complete cooperation and that of my staff. The reputation of the Alpenhof depends upon the security and comfort of our guests. The Countess nodded her agreement, while the other members of our party expressed varying degrees of consent to Holmes's proposal. I noticed, however, that several seemed less than entirely comfortable with the prospect of investigation, though whether this reflected natural reluctance to be subjected to scrutiny or more specific concerns I could not yet determine. As our group began to disperse, each person apparently eager to return to the privacy of their own chambers. Holmes caught my arm and indicated that I should remain behind. When we were alone with the Countess, he approached her with that particular combination of professional authority and personal sympathy that I had observed him use with victims whose cooperation was essential to successful investigation. "Countess," he said gently, "I must ask you some questions that may seem intrusive, but which are necessary if I am to have any hope of recovering your property." She inclined her head graciously. "I understand, Mr. Holmes. Please proceed." "The brooch, beyond its sentimental value, what would you estimate its monetary worth to be?" The Countess considered carefully before answering. "The last appraisal, conducted in Vienna 2 years ago, valued it at approximately £15,000. However, given its historical provenance and artistic significance, a collector might pay considerably more. I confess that the figure startled me. £15,000 represented a fortune that would secure comfortable independence for most persons for the remainder of their lives. The theft was not merely a violation of trust, but a crime of considerable magnitude. And who among your acquaintances would be aware of this value?" Holmes continued. "Very few, I should think. The appraisal was conducted privately, and I am not in the habit of discussing my financial affairs. Indeed, the primary reason I continue to wear such pieces is that selling them would represent a final acknowledgement of my reduced circumstances." Holmes nodded, understanding. "One final question, if you will permit it. Have you observed any particular interest in your jewellery from any of our fellow guests?" The Countess was quiet for a long moment, clearly reluctant to cast suspicion upon persons who had shown her courtesy and friendship. "I hesitate to suggest, but last evening, during dinner, several of our companions did examine the brooch with considerable attention. More attention, perhaps, than mere aesthetic appreciation would account for." "Can you be more specific?" "Mr. Pemberton seemed to assess it with the eye of a businessman evaluating an asset. Miss Fairweather's interest appeared more wistful, perhaps, as if she were calculating what such a sum might mean to someone in her circumstances. Mr. Ashford examined it with what seemed like professional expertise, though I could not determine the nature of that expertise. Holmes thanked the Countess for her candour, and assured her that he would conduct his investigation with the utmost discretion. As we prepared to leave her suite, she made one final observation that would later prove significant. "Mr. Holmes, there is one detail that may be relevant. When I discovered the theft this morning, I noticed immediately that my other jewellery had been examined, but not disturbed. This suggests to me that the thief knew precisely what they were seeking, and had no interest in less valuable pieces." As Holmes and I returned to our own chambers, I found myself reflecting upon the psychological dynamics that the theft had introduced into our previously harmonious company. The knowledge that one among us was capable of such betrayal would inevitably affect every interaction, every casual conversation, every social gathering. Trust, once broken, is not easily restored, and I suspected that regardless of the investigation's outcome, our Alpine retreat had been permanently transformed from a peaceful therapeutic environment into something far more complex and troubling. Holmes, I observed, was already deep in that particular state of concentration that characterized his approach to significant cases. His examination of the scene had clearly provided him with information that he had not yet chosen to share, and I suspected that he was already forming preliminary theories about the identity and methods of the thief. "Watson," he said as we paused outside our chambers, "I believe we are dealing with a crime that is more complex than it initially appears. The theft itself required considerable skill and planning, yet it was executed in circumstances that make discovery almost inevitable." "You mean our isolation?" "Precisely. Any professional thief would recognize that operating within such a confined group virtually guarantees eventual exposure. This suggests either desperation sufficient to override prudent judgment, or confidence in an escape plan that is not immediately apparent." As I prepared to dress for breakfast, I found myself contemplating the extraordinary transformation that a single night had wrought upon our circumstances. We had arrived as strangers seeking rest and restoration, yet now found ourselves bound together by suspicion and uncertainty, each person viewed by the others as a potential violator of the most basic social trusts. The storm continued to rage outside my windows, ensuring that our isolation would persist for several more days at minimum. During that time, Holmes would need to conduct his investigation with the delicate balance required to uncover truth without destroying the social fabric that made our continued coexistence possible. Looking back now, I can see that the theft of the Countess's brooch represented only the beginning of our Alpine adventure, not its culmination. The real mystery lay not in identifying the thief, but in understanding the complex human motivations that had driven someone among our respectable company to commit such a desperate act. And the real challenge would prove to be not the recovery of stolen property, but the restoration of trust and dignity to persons whose circumstances had driven them to choices they would never have contemplated under normal conditions. The morning's discovery had indeed transformed our therapeutic retreat into something far more complex. A laboratory for the observation of human nature under stress, and a test of whether justice could be achieved without destroying the very people it sought to protect. As I reflect upon that extraordinary morning and the days that followed, I am struck by how crisis has the peculiar power to strip away the social conventions that normally govern our interactions with strangers, revealing the fundamental humanity and vulnerability that lies beneath our carefully constructed public personas. The theft of the Countess's brooch had indeed transformed our Alpine retreat, but not in the way any of us had initially feared. Rather than poisoning our small community with suspicion and distrust, it had created an atmosphere of unexpected intimacy, in which each member of our party gradually revealed not only their circumstances, but their deepest struggles and most closely guarded secrets. Holmes, with his characteristic blend of methodical investigation and psychological insight, had proposed that we gather each morning in the hotel's main salon for what he diplomatically termed informal conversations. These sessions, ostensibly designed to help him understand the social dynamics that might bear upon the theft, became instead a series of remarkable human revelations that taught me more about the complex motivations that drive human behavior than any number of formal medical consultations ever could. The first of these gatherings took place in the morning following our discovery, with snow still falling steadily outside the tall windows, and the wind continuing its relentless assault upon the hotel's sturdy walls. We assembled around the great fireplace, each person carrying with them the particular tension that comes from knowing one is both investigator and potential suspect in the same inquiry. Holmes had positioned himself where he could observe each face clearly while maintaining an attitude of casual interest rather than formal interrogation. I took my own seat slightly apart, where my medical training could be employed in studying the subtle physical manifestations of stress and anxiety that each person displayed. "Ladies and gentlemen," Holmes began, his tone carefully pitched to suggest friendly conversation rather than official questioning. I thought it might be helpful if we could learn something more about each other's backgrounds and circumstances. Often, understanding the pressures and concerns that bring people to places like the Alpenhof can provide insight into unusual situations that might arise. Mrs. Pembroke, with her natural motherly instincts and social ease, was the first to respond. "What a thoughtful approach, Mr. Holmes. I confess that travelling for medical purposes can become quite lonely when one knows nothing of one's fellow guests beyond the most superficial pleasantries." "Indeed," agreed Doctor Muller, settling back in his chair with the air of a man accustomed to such discussions. "In my experience treating nervous disorders, I have observed that isolation often exacerbates the very conditions that bring patients to seek treatment. Social connection can be as therapeutic as any mineral bath." Miss Fairweather, who had been sitting quietly with her hands folded in her lap, looked up with genuine interest. "Dr. Muller, might I ask what sort of nervous disorders you typically encounter in your practice?" The Austrian physician's weathered face grew thoughtful. "Primarily what we term neurasthenia, a condition brought on by the excessive pressures of modern life. Patients present with symptoms of exhaustion, anxiety, and what might be described as spiritual depletion. They have pushed themselves beyond their natural limits in pursuit of success or survival, and their nervous systems have begun to rebel." Mr. Pemberton shifted uncomfortably at this description, and I noticed him unconsciously massaging his temples in a gesture that spoke of chronic tension. "Dr. Muller, you make it sound as if ambition itself were a medical condition." "Not ambition, mein Herr, but rather the relentless pressure that modern commerce places upon those who would succeed within its systems. I have treated many industrialists and businessmen who have achieved considerable success, yet find themselves unable to enjoy the fruits of their labor due to the constant anxiety that such success demands." The personal nature of Dr. Muller's observations seemed to strike Mr. Pemberton with uncomfortable accuracy. He was quiet for a moment before speaking again, his voice carrying a note of reluctant confession. "You describe the condition with remarkable precision, Doctor. I must admit that my own journey to the Alpenhof was motivated by difficulties of this nature." He paused, appearing to struggle with whether to continue. "The steel business has become increasingly competitive in recent years. Larger companies with greater resources have begun to dominate markets that smaller operations like mine once found profitable." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his expression showing nothing more than polite interest. "That must create considerable stress. Indeed it does. The choice becomes one of expansion or extinction, either grow large enough to compete with the industrial giants, or accept gradual failure as they absorb one's traditional customers. Mr. Pemberton's hands, I observed, had begun to tremble slightly as he spoke. The capital requirements for such expansion are substantial, far beyond what conventional banking arrangements can provide. The Countess, who had been listening with the careful attention that characterized her approach to all social interactions, spoke with gentle sympathy. "Mr. Pemberton, you speak as if you face this challenge entirely alone. Surely there are partners or associates who might share such burdens?" A shadow passed across Mr. Pemberton's face at her question. "My wife passed away 3 years ago, Countess. We had no children. The business has become not merely my livelihood, but my sole remaining connection to the life we built together. The prospect of losing it feels like losing her all over again." The raw emotion in his confession created a moment of profound silence among our group. I found myself deeply moved by this successful man's revelation of such fundamental loneliness and fear, while simultaneously noting how financial desperation might drive even honourable persons to consider actions they would normally find unthinkable. Miss Fairweather was the first to break the silence, her voice soft with genuine compassion. "Mr. Pemberton, I think I understand something about your situation. The prospect of losing one's means of independence can create the most desperate anxiety." Holmes turned his attention to the young governess with that particular quality of gentle inquiry that encouraged confidence. "Miss Fairweather, you speak as if from personal experience." She coloured slightly, but met his gaze with quiet dignity. "Indeed I do, Mr. Holmes. My position with the Marchmont family, while pleasant in most respects, exists entirely at their continued pleasure. I have no family resources to fall back upon, no independent means of support. Should my services no longer be required—" "Surely," Mrs. Pembroke interjected, "the Marchmont family appreciates your dedication and would provide appropriate references for future employment." Miss Fairweather's smile carried a note of bitter experience. "Mrs. Pembroke, you are kind to assume such consideration, but the reality of domestic service can be quite different from its ideal. References are not always forthcoming, and even when they are, positions for governesses are becoming increasingly scarce as families choose to send their children to schools rather than employ private teachers." Mr. Ashford, who had remained characteristically silent during these exchanges, now spoke with what appeared to be genuine curiosity. "Miss Fairweather, what would constitute security in your situation? What sort of resources would allow you to feel confident about your future?" The directness of his question seemed to surprise her, and she considered carefully before answering. "I have calculated that a sum of approximately £5,000, properly invested, would provide sufficient income to support modest, independent living. It is not a large fortune by most standards, yet it might as well be 5 million for all the hope I have of acquiring it through my current employment." The specificity of her calculation struck me as significant, suggesting that she had given considerable thought to the precise financial requirements of her situation. Holmes, I observed, had noted this detail as well, though his expression remained neutral. Dr. Muller nodded, understanding. It is a harsh reality that those who provide essential services, teachers, governesses, companions are often compensated far below the value of their contributions to society. But surely, the Countess offered, your education and accomplishments provide some security. Educated women of good character can often find opportunities beyond traditional domestic service. Miss Fairweather's laugh held no humour. Countess, I appreciate your optimism, but the opportunities available to women of my class and circumstances remain quite limited. I have been fortunate in my current position, but I am constantly aware that any change in the family circumstances, or simply their children outgrowing the need for a governess, could leave me destitute within a matter of weeks. The conversation continued in this vein throughout the morning, each revelation adding layers of complexity to my understanding of our companion's true circumstances. Mr. Ashford, when finally pressed about his own background, proved remarkably evasive, while maintaining perfect politeness. My business, he said in response to Holmes's careful inquiries, involves the movement of goods between various European markets. Import and export, as I mentioned, though the specific commodities vary according to opportunity and demand. That must require considerable travel, I observed. Indeed, Dr. Watson, I maintain business relationships across the continent, which necessitates frequent movement and extended periods away from England. Holmes's next question carried just a hint of sharper interest. Such business must require substantial capital for inventory and transportation. Mr. Ashford's answer was smooth, but ultimately uninformative. One learns to work within available resources, Mr. Holmes. The key to success in international commerce lies not in the magnitude of one's capital, but in the efficiency of its deployment. I noticed that despite his apparent openness, Mr. Ashford had managed to reveal virtually nothing specific about his business operations, financial situation, or current circumstances. His evasiveness was polished and professional, suggesting considerable experience in avoiding direct answers to uncomfortable questions. The Countess herself, when the conversation turned to her situation, proved remarkably candid about her reduced circumstances. Gentlemen, I see little purpose in maintaining pretenses about matters that have become obvious to observant persons. My family's fortunes have declined considerably over the past decade. The estates in Spain produce little income in current economic conditions, and maintaining even the appearance of our former status requires careful management of limited resources. Yet you continue to travel, Holmes observed gently. Travel has become a necessity, rather than a luxury, Mr. Holmes. Remaining in Spain would require maintaining a household staff and social obligations that are beyond my current means. By staying in hotels and visiting spa towns, I can maintain appropriate surroundings while avoiding the fixed expenses of permanent residence. Her honesty about her financial constraints was both dignified and heartbreaking, and I found myself admiring her ability to maintain grace and authority despite circumstances that would have broken many persons of her class and background. As our morning session drew to a close, I reflected upon the extraordinary collection of personal struggles that our investigation had revealed. Here were 5 individuals, each facing their own form of financial or professional crisis, each carrying burdens that could potentially drive them to desperate measures. Mr. Pemberton faced the loss of his business, and with it, his last connection to his deceased wife. Miss Fairweather confronted the prospect of destitution should her employment be terminated. The Countess struggled to maintain dignity while her family fortune dwindled. Mr. Ashford's mysterious business dealings suggested complications he was not prepared to discuss. Even Dr. Muller, despite his professional success, had spoken of the isolation and pressures that drove his own patients to seek treatment at establishments like the Alpenhof. Holmes, as we retired to our chambers before lunch, seemed thoughtful about the morning's revelations. "Watson, what did you make of our companion's various confessions?" "Each seems to be facing genuine difficulties," I replied. "The question becomes whether any of those difficulties would be sufficient to drive an otherwise respectable person to theft." "Indeed. And what did you observe about the specific nature of their concerns?" I considered it carefully before answering. Several mentioned specific financial amounts: Mr. Pemberton's expansion requirements, Miss Fairweather's £5,000 for independence. Such precision suggests detailed consideration of their situations. Very good. And what of their reactions to the Countess's earlier revelation about the brooch's value? Now I began to see the direction of his thinking. £15,000 would solve Mr. Pemberton's business problems with money to spare. It would provide Miss Fairweather with 3 times the security she calculated as necessary. For someone in the Countess's circumstances, it represents a significant portion of her remaining assets. Precisely. We are dealing not with random opportunistic theft, but with carefully calculated desperation. The question becomes which of our companions possesses both the necessary skills and sufficient motivation to attempt such a crime. As I prepared for lunch, I found myself viewing our fellow guests with new understanding. The morning's conversations had revealed that beneath the civilized surface of our Alpine retreat lay a complex web of financial pressures, personal struggles, and desperate hopes that could indeed drive otherwise honourable persons to consider actions they would never contemplate under normal circumstances. The storm continued outside, ensuring that we would remain trapped together for several more days, during which the psychological pressure of our situation would only intensify. Holmes would need to balance his investigation with the delicate human dynamics that made our continued coexistence possible, while each member of our party would struggle with the knowledge that their deepest secrets had been exposed to scrutiny by comparative strangers. Yet, looking back now, I realize that those revelations, rather than poisoning our small community with suspicion, had begun a process of genuine human connection that would ultimately prove more valuable than the recovery of any stolen jewelry, however precious its historical significance or monetary worth. The 3rd day of our enforced Alpine confinement dawned with a curious change in the emotional atmosphere of our small community, where suspicion and careful reserve had initially characterized our interactions. Following the theft, I began to observe the emergence of something far more profound, a growing network of genuine human connections that seemed to flourish in the unique circumstances of our isolation. It was as if the very act of revealing our deepest vulnerabilities had created bonds of understanding and mutual support that transcended the original reason for our gathering. This transformation became most apparent during what began as an ordinary breakfast gathering, but evolved into something approaching a family consultation when Dr. Muller failed to appear at his customary hour. His absence was first noted by Mrs. Pembroke, whose maternal instincts had apparently extended to encompass our entire group during our stay. "I do hope, Doctor." "Muller is not unwell," she observed, consulting the small watch pinned to her travelling dress. "He has been most punctual in all his habits since our arrival." Miss Fairweather, who had been quietly buttering her toast, looked up with concern. "Perhaps someone should inquire. He mentioned yesterday that the mountain air sometimes affects his own health, despite its benefits for his patients." It was Mr. Ashford who volunteered to check upon our missing companion, a gesture of consideration that surprised me, given his generally reserved nature. He returned within minutes, his expression grave with concern. "Dr. Muller appears to be experiencing some form of cardiac distress," he announced. "He is conscious, but clearly in discomfort. I believe medical attention is urgently required." I was already rising from my chair before he had finished speaking, my medical training asserting itself with automatic authority. "I shall attend to him immediately. Mrs. Pembroke, might I trouble you to ask Herr Zimmermann to send word to the local physician, assuming travel is possible?" "Of course, Dr. Watson." "Miss Morrison and I have some experience with medical emergencies. We are entirely at your disposal." As I hurried toward Dr. Muller's chamber, I was surprised to discover that our entire party was following, each person apparently concerned for our colleague's welfare, despite the suspicions and tensions that the theft had created among us. This spontaneous demonstration of collective concern provided me with a different perspective on the human dynamics of our situation. Whatever secrets each person might be carrying, their capacity for genuine compassion remained undiminished. Dr. Muller's condition, when I examined him, proved to be serious, but not immediately life-threatening. He was experiencing what appeared to be angina pectoris, chest pains brought on by exertion or stress, combined with the sort of cardiac irregularity that often affects persons of his age when subjected to altitude and anxiety. His breathing was laboured, and his pulse showed the characteristic irregularities that spoke of a heart struggling to maintain its normal rhythm. "Doctor," he said weakly, as I completed my examination, speaking in English despite his distress, "I fear I have allowed the concerns of our situation to affect my own health more than I should have permitted." "Dr. Muller," I replied, settling into the chair beside his bed, "cardiac conditions are often exacerbated by stress and altitude. Your symptoms are serious, but manageable with proper care and rest." As I administered what treatment I could with the medical supplies available, primarily cardiac stimulants from my travelling bag and careful positioning to ease his breathing, I became aware that our companions had arranged themselves throughout the room in a spontaneous caregiving formation. Mrs. Pembroke had taken charge of ensuring proper ventilation and temperature, while Miss Morrison prepared warm compresses. The Countess, despite her own recent troubles, showed remarkable grace in offering to sit with the patient should continuous attendance be required. Most surprising was Miss Fairweather's response to the emergency. Her usual reserve disappeared entirely as she demonstrated practical nursing skills that spoke of previous experience with serious illness. "Miss Fairweather," I observed, as she efficiently prepared a cardiac tonic according to my instructions, "you show remarkable competence in medical matters." Her face flushed slightly at the compliment. My younger sister suffered from a similar condition, Doctor. Watson? I learned to manage her care during the periods when professional medical attention was not readily available. There was something in her tone, a combination of love, worry, and what sounded like financial constraint. That caught my attention even amidst my concern for Dr. Muller's immediate welfare. Your sister's condition, is it ongoing? She requires regular treatment that is quite expensive, Miss Fairweather replied quietly, her hands never pausing in their efficient work. The medications alone cost more than my quarterly salary, and the specialist consultations. She did not complete the thought, but her meaning was clear enough. Holmes, who had been observing both the medical emergency and the human responses it had generated, now stepped forward with an offer that demonstrated his own capacity for practical compassion. Dr. Watson, might I suggest that we establish a rotating schedule for Dr. Muller's care? It would seem prudent to ensure continuous attendance until his condition stabilizes, and we have sufficient personnel to manage such an arrangement without exhausting any individual. The proposal was immediately embraced by our entire group, and within minutes we had organized ourselves into a caregiving schedule that would have done credit to any professional medical establishment. Mrs. Pembroke and Miss Morrison volunteered for the day shifts, drawing upon their experience with medical travel, while the Countess offered to take evening duties, demonstrating that aristocratic breeding could encompass practical service when circumstances demanded. Most unexpectedly, Mr. Pemberton requested the night shifts, explaining that his business anxieties had rendered normal sleep patterns impossible in any case. I might as well make useful employment of my insomnia, he said with a self-deprecating smile that revealed a more appealing side of his character than our previous interactions had suggested. Miss Fairweather's willingness to serve as backup for any shift, combined with her evident medical knowledge, made her an invaluable addition to our improvised nursing staff. Even Mr. Ashford, despite his generally mysterious nature, proved unexpectedly helpful in managing the practical arrangements and ensuring that Dr. Muller's chamber remained properly organized and supplied. As the day progressed and Dr. Muller's condition gradually stabilized under our collective care, I found myself observing the profound transformation that the medical emergency had wrought upon our group dynamics. The shared responsibility for another person's welfare had created bonds of mutual dependence and cooperation that transcended the suspicions and social barriers that had previously characterized our interactions. During my afternoon shift, attending to Dr. Muller, I was joined by Miss Fairweather, whose nursing skills continued to impress me with their competence and efficiency. As we worked together to ensure our patient's comfort, she began to speak more freely about her family circumstances than she had previously done. "Dr. Watson," she said as she adjusted the pillows to improve Dr. Muller's breathing. "Watching you work with such dedication reminds me why I originally hoped to pursue medical training myself." "Indeed. What prevented you from following that ambition?" Her expression grew wistful as she measured out medication with practiced precision. "Financial circumstances, primarily. Medical education requires resources that were never available to my family. When my father died, I needed to find immediate employment rather than pursue further education, And your sister's condition? You mentioned it requires expensive treatment? Miss Fairweather's hands stilled for a moment before resuming their work. Sarah suffers from a progressive cardiac condition that requires regular treatment from a specialist in London. The monthly consultations alone cost more than most families spend on food, and the prescribed medications are equally expensive. I found myself deeply moved by her obvious devotion to her sister's welfare. Such dedication to family duty is admirable, Miss Fairweather. Admirable, perhaps, but increasingly impossible to maintain, she replied with quiet desperation. My current position provides barely sufficient income to cover the medical expenses, leaving almost nothing for my own needs or any emergency that might arise. Should my employment be terminated, or should Sarah's condition worsen and require more intensive treatment? She did not complete the thought, but the implications were clear enough. Here was a young woman carrying the entire financial burden for her sister's survival while living constantly on the edge of destitution herself. The strain of such responsibility, maintained year after year with no prospect of relief, would test the moral resources of even the most principled individual. Holmes appeared in the doorway as our conversation was concluding, ostensibly to check upon Doctor Muller's progress, but clearly having arrived at a moment that allowed him to observe the interaction between Miss Fairweather and myself. His expression was thoughtful, as he noted her evident medical competence and the emotional weight of her family obligations. "Miss Fairweather," he said gently, "your sister is fortunate to have such devoted care." "Thank you, Mr. Holmes, though I confess there are times when I wonder whether my devotion is sufficient to meet her needs. Love alone cannot purchase the treatments that might save her life." The raw honesty of her statement seemed to affect Holmes profoundly. I had seen that particular expression on his face before. It appeared when he encountered situations where his analytical abilities were challenged by the complex moral ambiguities of human desperation. As evening approached, and Mr. Pemberton arrived to take over the night watch, I was struck by the easy camaraderie that had developed among our nursing team. The industrialist, despite his earlier business preoccupations, demonstrated genuine concern for Dr. Muller's welfare and remarkable competence in following medical instructions. "Dr. Watson," he said as we reviewed the patient's condition and treatment schedule, "I wanted to thank you for organizing this care arrangement. It has given me something useful to focus upon, rather than dwelling upon my own troubles. The responsibility has been shared by all, Mr. Pemberton. We have each contributed according to our abilities. Indeed, though I confess the experience has taught me something valuable about the nature of genuine wealth. Here we are, a collection of individuals facing various forms of financial distress. Yet, we have managed to provide care that money alone could not purchase." His observation was surprisingly philosophical for a man I had previously characterized primarily by his commercial concerns. "You speak as if the experience has changed your perspective." Mr. Pemberton settled into the chair beside Dr. Muller's bed, his manner suggesting a man who had discovered unexpected sources of satisfaction. "Perhaps it has, Doctor. My business struggles have consumed so much of my attention that I had forgotten the simple pleasure of being useful to others. Tonight, watching over Doctor Muller, I shall not be thinking about steel production or market competition, but about something far more fundamental. As I retired to my own chamber that evening, I reflected upon the extraordinary transformation that Dr. Müller's illness had wrought upon our small community. What had begun as a potential catastrophe, serious illness in an isolated location, had instead become an opportunity for genuine human connection and mutual support. The theft of the Countess's brooch, rather than being forgotten in the face of a medical emergency, seemed to have been placed in a different context by our collective response to the crisis. Each person's willingness to sacrifice personal comfort for another's welfare demonstrated moral resources that made the idea of theft seem somehow incongruous with their fundamental characters. Yet, even as I appreciated the positive aspects of our situation, my medical training reminded me that desperate circumstances could drive even the most admirable individuals to actions they would normally find unthinkable. Miss Fairweather's obvious devotion to her sister, combined with her precise knowledge of the financial resources that would solve her problems, created a psychological profile that Holmes would undoubtedly find significant. Similarly, Mr. Pemberton's newfound appreciation for non-commercial values did not eliminate the fundamental business pressures that had driven him to seek Alpine restoration in the first place. The caring man who sat watch over Doctor. Muller was the same person who faced the loss of everything that connected him to his deceased wife. Holmes, I knew, would be observing all these human dynamics with his characteristic thoroughness, balancing his appreciation for genuine virtue against his understanding of how desperation could corrupt even the most principled intentions. The question remained whether our growing bonds of mutual affection and respect would prove sufficient to overcome whatever desperate calculations had originally motivated the theft. As I drifted off to sleep to the sound of continuing Alpine winds, I found myself hoping that the solution to our mystery would prove as healing to our small community as our response to Dr. Müller's crisis had been. The human heart, I had learned, was capable of both the most generous sacrifice and the most desperate transgression, sometimes within the same individual and under circumstances that differed only in degree rather than fundamental character. The following morning would bring new revelations and deeper understanding of the complex motivations that drove our companions, but that night I chose to focus upon the remarkable demonstration of human decency and mutual care that our medical emergency had revealed. Whatever secrets remained to be uncovered, I had witnessed enough genuine virtue to maintain hope that justice, when it finally emerged, would prove compatible with compassion. On the fourth morning of our Alpine confinement, I awoke to discover that the storm had finally begun to abate. The relentless wind that had been our constant companion for days had diminished to occasional gusts, and though snow continued to fall, it did so with the gentle persistence of a seasonal blessing rather than the fierce assault we had endured. More significantly, I sensed a change in Holmes himself, that particular quality of quiet satisfaction that indicated his investigation had reached its conclusion. Dr. Müller's condition had improved considerably under our collective care, though he remained weak and required continued rest. His recovery had become something of a shared victory for our improvised medical team, creating bonds of mutual accomplishment that seemed to have permanently altered the dynamics of our small community. Yet, beneath this surface harmony, I could detect the subtle tension that indicated Holmes was preparing to reveal his conclusions about the theft. As I reflected then, and as I do now in the comfort of my Baker Street study, I realized that Holmes had demonstrated perhaps the greatest delicacy of his entire career in managing the investigation that followed. Rather than the dramatic confrontation that had characterized so many of his cases, he had chosen to orchestrate a revelation that prioritized healing over justice, understanding over accusation, and redemption over punishment. The morning began quietly enough, with our usual gathering in the main salon for breakfast and doctor. Muller's continued care. The Austrian physician, though still confined to his chamber, was able to join our conversations through the open door, and his presence added a note of professional authority to our discussions that seemed to comfort everyone involved. It was during this peaceful domestic scene that Holmes made his first subtle move toward resolution. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, settling into his chair near the fireplace with that particular air of considered deliberation I had learned to recognize, "I believe the time has come to address the matter of the Countess's missing brooch with the thoroughness it deserves." The change in atmosphere was immediate and palpable. Conversation ceased. Coffee cups were set down with unusual precision, and each member of our party seemed to steel themselves for whatever revelation was to follow. Yet Holmes's manner remained gentle and conversational, suggesting discussion rather than accusation. "My investigation," he continued, "has revealed several important facts that I believe will interest you all. First, the theft was indeed conducted by someone with considerable skill in the manipulation of locks and the systematic search of personal effects. Second, it was carried out by someone with intimate knowledge of the Countess's habits and the location of her jewelry. Third, and most significantly, it was motivated not by greed or criminal intent, but by the most desperate form of love and devotion." Miss Fairweather's hands, I observed, had begun to tremble almost imperceptibly as Holmes spoke. She sat perfectly still, her composure maintained through what must have been tremendous effort of will, yet her pallor and the slight tremor in her breathing suggested the enormous strain she was experiencing. Holmes continued his exposition with characteristic precision, yet his tone remained remarkably gentle. The theft required someone who could observe the Countess's evening routine without suspicion, who possessed the technical skills necessary for lock manipulation, and who had compelling reasons to risk such an act despite its inevitable discovery in our confined circumstances. Mr. Pemberton leaned forward slightly, his business instincts engaged by Holmes's methodical approach. "Mr. Holmes, you speak as if the identity of the thief were obvious from these observations. Not obvious, perhaps, but discoverable through careful analysis of both evidence and motivation." Holmes's gaze moved thoughtfully around our circle, pausing briefly on each face before continuing. "The brooch's value, £15,000, would represent different things to different people. For some, it would be a comfortable addition to existing resources. For others, it would mean the difference between prosperity and ruin. For one person in our company, it would mean the difference between life and death for someone they love more than their own honor." The silence that followed his words was profound. Miss Fairweather's composure finally began to crack, and I could see tears forming in her eyes as she struggled to maintain dignity in what she clearly recognized as the final moments before her exposure. Holmes, however, was not finished. The skills required for this theft were not those of a professional criminal, but rather those of someone who'd been forced by circumstances to develop unusual competencies. Lock manipulation, systematic searching, the ability to work silently and efficiently. These are not commonly taught skills, yet they can be learned by someone with sufficient motivation and intelligence. Mrs. Pembroke, with her characteristic maternal sensitivity, seemed to understand where Holmes's analysis was leading. She moved her chair slightly closer to Miss Fairweather in a gesture of wordless support that spoke volumes about her character. "Mr. Holmes," the Countess said quietly, her aristocratic dignity intact despite the circumstances, "I sense that your investigation has reached its conclusion. Might I ask that you proceed with whatever revelation you believe necessary, but that you do so with consideration for the human feelings involved?" Holmes nodded with obvious respect for her request. "Countess, your concern for others' welfare, even in circumstances where you are the injured party, confirms my belief that justice in this matter requires a more complex approach than simple accusation and punishment." He rose from his chair and moved to stand near the fireplace, his position allowing him to address our entire group while maintaining visual contact with each individual. "Miss Fairweather," he said gently, "would you be willing to tell us about your sister Sarah's current condition?" The directness of his question seemed to provide Miss Fairweather with a form of relief, as if the long strain of concealment had become more difficult to bear than the prospect of exposure. She drew a shuddering breath before answering, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sarah is dying, Mr. Holmes. The physicians have informed me that without immediate surgical intervention, an experimental procedure available only in Vienna, she has perhaps 2 months remaining." Her composure finally broke entirely as she continued, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. "The operation costs exactly £12,000, plus travel and recovery expenses. I have been trying desperately to raise the funds, but my salary and savings amount to less than £500 total." The impact of her revelation was immediate and profound. Mr. Pemberton's expression shifted from curiosity to deep sympathy, while Mrs. Pembroke moved to place a comforting arm around the young woman's shoulders. Even Mr. Ashford, usually so carefully neutral, showed clear signs of being moved by her plight. Holmes allowed the emotional impact of her confession to settle before continuing his analysis. "Miss Fairweather, your devotion to your sister's welfare is both admirable and understandable. However, I must ask you to complete your confession. Where is the Countess's brooch?" Miss Fairweather's shoulders sagged as the last of her resistance crumbled. "In my travelling case," she whispered, "sewn into the lining. I planned to arrange its sale in London and send the funds to Vienna immediately. I told myself that if the Countess were as financially constrained as she indicated, she might have insurance that would compensate for the loss, while Sarah—" She could not complete the sentence. The Countess herself was the first to respond, and her reaction was as extraordinary as it was unexpected. Rather than anger or outrage, she showed only profound compassion for the young woman's desperate situation. "Miss Fairweather," she said, rising from her chair and moving to kneel beside the governess, "look at me, child." When Miss Fairweather reluctantly raised her tear-stained face, the Countess continued with remarkable gentleness. "Do you truly believe that any piece of jewellery, however precious its history, could be worth more than a human life?" The question seemed to break what remained of Miss Fairweather's composure. "I am so sorry, Countess. I never intended. I am not a thief by nature, but when I calculated the cost of Sarah's operation and then heard the brooch's value, I thought perhaps, if I could save her life and arrange for the insurance to compensate you." She dissolved into sobs, unable to continue. What followed was perhaps the most remarkable demonstration of collective compassion I have ever witnessed. Rather than condemnation or calls for justice, our entire company seemed united in their determination to find a solution that would address both Miss Fairweather's desperate need and the Countess's loss. Mr. Pemberton was the first to speak, his business acumen immediately engaged by the practical aspects of the situation. "Miss Fairweather, you mentioned that the surgery costs £12,000. The Countess's brooch is valued at £15,000. Surely some arrangement could be made that would address both concerns." Dr. Muller, speaking from his sickbed with the authority of medical expertise, added his voice to the discussion. "The surgical procedure Miss Fairweather describes is indeed experimental, but I know the physician in Vienna who performs it. Kellner has achieved remarkable success rates with similar cases. If the financial obstacles could be overcome, there is genuine hope for her sister's recovery." Holmes, who had been observing these developments with obvious satisfaction, now made a proposal that demonstrated his understanding of both justice and mercy. "Might I suggest a solution that addresses everyone's concerns? Miss Fairweather, you will return the brooch to the Countess immediately. In exchange, the Countess will arrange to sell the piece and provide the proceeds as a loan for your sister's medical treatment." "But Mr. Holmes," Miss Fairweather protested, "I could never repay such a sum. My salary would require 20 years to accumulate £12,000, and that assumes no other expenses whatsoever." The Countess herself provided the answer to this objection, and her solution revealed the true nobility of her character. "My dear child, you misunderstand the nature of the arrangement. This would not be a loan requiring repayment, but rather an investment in something far more valuable than any jewellery, a human life restored to health and productivity." Mr. Ashford, who had remained characteristically quiet during these discussions, now made an unexpected contribution. "Miss Fairweather, if I might ask, what are your sister's capabilities when she is well? Does she possess skills that might allow her to support herself once recovered?" Miss Fairweather looked up through her tears, surprised by the question. "Sarah is remarkably talented, Mr. Washford. She speaks 4 languages fluently and has exceptional skills in translation and correspondence. Before her illness, she worked as a private secretary to several distinguished families." "Excellent," Mr. Ashford replied, with the first genuine smile I had seen from him during our stay. "I find myself in constant need of reliable assistance with my continental correspondence and translation work. Should your sister recover, I would be pleased to offer her employment at a salary that would allow both of you to achieve genuine financial security." The generosity of his offer seemed to affect Miss Fairweather almost as profoundly as the Countess's earlier compassion. "Mr. Ashford, I I cannot accept such kindness from people I have wronged so grievously. Mrs. Pembroke, with her characteristic practical wisdom, provided the final element of the solution. Miss Fairweather, you speak as if kindness required justification or repayment. Sometimes the greatest gift we can offer others is the opportunity to help in circumstances where help is desperately needed. Holmes, who had orchestrated this remarkable demonstration of collective problem-solving, now addressed the broader implications of the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have witnessed here represents justice in its truest form. Not the mechanical application of punishment, but the thoughtful response to human need that addresses root causes, rather than merely symptoms. As Miss Fairweather was helped to her chamber to retrieve the brooch, and arrangements were begun for the various practical aspects of our unconventional solution, I found myself reflecting upon the extraordinary transformation that Holmes's investigation had wrought. What had begun as a crime requiring punishment had become an opportunity for redemption that would benefit everyone involved. The Countess would sacrifice her precious heirloom, but would know that it had served to save a life, surely the most noble purpose any object could serve. Miss Fairweather would receive the means to save her sister, while gaining the prospect of genuine financial security for both of them. Mr. Ashford would acquire skilled assistance for his business while providing meaningful employment. Even Mr. Pemberton, though not directly involved in the financial arrangements, had found renewed purpose in caring for others, rather than merely pursuing commercial success. When Miss Fairweather returned with the brooch, intact and undamaged, the reunion between the Countess and her family treasure was brief and matter-of-fact. Far more significant was the embrace between the two women, representing not just forgiveness, but genuine affection and mutual respect. As our gathering began to disperse, each person moving toward the practical arrangements necessary to implement our solution, Holmes caught my arm and indicated that I should remain behind. "Watson," he said quietly, "what did you make of our little demonstration of collective problem-solving?" "Remarkable, Holmes. I confess I had expected a more traditional resolution, accusation, confession, and punishment. And would such a resolution have served justice better than what we accomplished?" I considered the question carefully before answering. I think not. Miss Fairweather's crime was motivated by love rather than greed, and our solution addresses both the wrong committed and the need that motivated it. Everyone benefits, including the cause of justice itself. Precisely. Sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in recognizing when mercy serves justice better than punishment, and when understanding serves society better than condemnation. As I reflect now upon that remarkable morning, I realize that Holmes had achieved something far more significant than the solution of a simple theft. He had demonstrated that true justice requires not just the identification of wrongdoing, but the wisdom to address the human circumstances that create such desperate choices. The mystery of the missing brooch had been solved, but more importantly, the mystery of how decent people can be driven to desperate acts had been explored and addressed with genuine compassion and practical wisdom. As I set down my pen this evening, the grandfather clock in the corner of my study chiming the hour of 11, I find myself transported once again to that remarkable Alpine retreat, where Holmes and I discovered truths about human nature far more profound than any we had encountered in our previous cases together. The firelight that dances across these pages tonight reminds me of the great hearth at the Grand Hotel Alpenhof, around which our unlikely family of strangers gathered during those transformative days when a simple theft became the catalyst for one of the most beautiful demonstrations of human compassion I have ever witnessed. 6 months have passed since our return from Switzerland, yet hardly a day goes by without some reminder of the lessons we learned in that snowbound sanctuary. The Morning Post brings regular correspondence from our Alpine companions, each letter a testament to the enduring bonds forged during our brief but intensive time together. More significantly, each communication provides evidence of the remarkable transformation that continues to unfold in the lives touched by our collective response to Miss Fairweather's desperate act. The most recent letter, which arrived only yesterday, comes from Miss Fairweather herself, or rather, I should say, from Miss Catherine Ashford, for she has recently married our formerly mysterious Mr. Thomas Ashford in a ceremony that, according to her delighted description, was attended by every member of our Alpine family. Her sister Sarah, fully recovered from her successful surgery and serving as Thomas's invaluable assistant in his import business, stood as maid of honour, while the Countess herself provided the family jewellery that transformed a simple governess into a radiant bride. The wedding, Catherine writes, was held in the garden of the Pemberton country estate, which James has recently expanded, using the profits from a business partnership with Thomas that has proven mutually beneficial beyond their most optimistic calculations. Mrs. Pembroke, now a regular guest at the Pemberton household, supervised the arrangements with her characteristic blend of practical efficiency and maternal warmth, while Miss Morrison documented the proceedings with the new photographic equipment that has become her passion since discovering an unexpected talent for artistic composition. Perhaps most remarkably, Dr. Muller has established a small practice in the nearby village, specializing in what he terms therapeutic communities. Residential arrangements where patients recovering from nervous exhaustion can benefit from meaningful social connections while receiving professional medical care. Its first permanent residents include 2 other former guests of the Alpenhof who credit our improvised caregiving arrangement with teaching them the healing power of mutual responsibility and shared purpose. These developments, extraordinary as they are, represent only the visible manifestations of changes that run far deeper than mere material success or social advancement. In reading between the lines of each letter, in noting the warmth and genuine affection that characterizes every communication, I recognize the continuing influence of those few days when 8 strangers learned to see past surface appearances and social conventions to the fundamental humanity that connects us all. The transformation was not immediate, of course. Our final days at the Alpenhof, following Holmes's masterful resolution of the theft, were marked by a curious combination of relief and adjustment, as each member of our party came to terms with the new understanding they had gained of themselves and others. Miss Fairweather, in particular, required time to accept the generosity that had been extended to her, struggling with feelings of unworthiness that were entirely at odds with the genuine affection she had earned from all of us. I remember particularly the evening before our departure, when the storm had finally cleared entirely, and we could see the mountain peaks standing magnificent and serene against a star-filled sky. We had gathered as usual around the great fireplace, but the conversation that evening carried a different quality. Not the careful politeness of strangers, nor even the comfortable familiarity of temporary companions, but the deep ease of family members who had shared profound experiences together. Holmes, I observed, seemed unusually contemplative that evening, and when the others had gradually retired to complete their packing, he remained by the fire in that thoughtful silence that I had learned often preceded his most important observations. "Watson," he said finally, his voice carrying a note of unusual introspection, "what do you make of our Alpine adventure? What lessons, if any, do you take from the events we have witnessed?" I considered his question carefully, recognizing that it represented more than casual curiosity about my opinions. "I think, Holmes, that we have been privileged to observe justice in its purest form, not the mechanical application of law, but the intelligent response to human need that addresses root causes rather than merely punishing symptoms." "Indeed? And what of Miss Fairweather herself? How would you assess her character in the light of her actions?" "I believe she is fundamentally a person of exceptional virtue, who was driven to an uncharacteristic act by circumstances that would test the moral resources of anyone. Her theft was an aberration, caused by desperate love, not a reflection of her essential character." Holmes nodded approvingly at my assessment. "Precisely. And therein lies what I consider the most important lesson of our entire experience. We have observed how quickly social conventions and surface judgments can be stripped away when people are placed in circumstances that reveal their fundamental nature. Miss Fairweather, whom we might initially have dismissed as merely a dependent employee, proved to possess not only exceptional competence and intelligence, but also a capacity for love so profound that it could override a lifetime of moral conditioning." He paused to stir the fire, sending sparks dancing up the chimney in patterns that seemed to mirror the complexity of human nature he was describing. "Similarly, Mr. Pemberton revealed depths of character that his commercial preoccupations had concealed, while the Countess demonstrated that true nobility has nothing to do with inherited titles and everything to do with generous response to others' needs." "And Mr. Ashford?" I inquired, curious about Holmes's assessment of our most enigmatic companion. "Ah, Thomas Ashford presents perhaps the most interesting case of all. His mysterious business dealings, which initially suggested possible criminal connections, proved instead to involve the entirely legitimate but socially awkward enterprise of helping reduced gentility dispose of family valuables without public embarrassment. His evasiveness about his work stemmed from professional discretion rather than personal shame, and his offer of employment to Sarah Fairweather represented the natural response of a man who had built his success on understanding how circumstances can force honourable people into difficult choices." As Holmes spoke, I found myself reflecting on the remarkable chain of circumstances that had brought our diverse group together and created the conditions for such profound mutual revelation. "Do you think, Holmes, that our experience was unique to the particular combination of people and circumstances we encountered? Or does it suggest broader truths about human nature and social cooperation?" His answer came without hesitation, suggesting that he'd been pondering the same question. "I believe, Watson, that what we witnessed represents possibilities that exist within most human communities, but which are rarely realized due to the barriers created by social convention, economic competition, and simple lack of opportunity for genuine interaction. Our isolation removed the external pressures that normally prevent such authentic connections, while the various crises we faced created the necessity for mutual dependence that revealed everyone's capacity for both vulnerability and generosity. The fire had burned low as we talked, but neither of us seemed inclined to retire. The conversation had taken on that quality of final summation that often characterizes the conclusion of significant experiences, and I sensed that Holmes had more to say about the implications of our Alpine education. "Watson," he continued, "in our previous cases, we have often encountered the worst aspects of human nature: greed, jealousy, revenge, and the various forms of selfish calculation that drive people to harm others for personal advantage. This case has shown us something equally important, but far more hopeful: the remarkable capacity of ordinary people to respond with extraordinary generosity when they encounter genuine need, and are given the opportunity to act with full knowledge of the circumstances involved." I found his observation both moving and thought-provoking. "You suggest that criminal behavior often results from incomplete understanding rather than fundamental moral deficiency?" "Not always, certainly, but far more often than our legal system acknowledges. Miss Fairweather's theft, viewed in isolation, represented a serious violation of trust and property rights. Understood within the context of her desperate love for her dying sister and her complete lack of alternative resources, it becomes something quite different. A tragic choice made by a fundamentally decent person, driven beyond the limits of conventional options. As our final evening at the Alpenhof drew to a close, I found myself filled with gratitude, not only for the restoration of my physical health that the mountain air and thermal baths had provided, but for the far more significant restoration of faith in human nature that our communal experience had offered. We had arrived as strangers seeking individual healing, but we were departing as members of an extended family whose mutual care and concern would continue long after our Alpine retreat had ended. The journey home provided ample opportunity for Holmes and myself to discuss the broader implications of what we had witnessed and participated in. As our train carried us back through the same scenic valleys and mountain passes we had traversed just weeks earlier, I was struck by how profoundly the landscape now seemed changed, not in its physical appearance, which remained as magnificent as ever, but in its emotional associations and personal significance. "Holmes," I said, as we watched the familiar Swiss peaks recede into the distance, "do you think we shall maintain contact with our Alpine companions?" "I should be very surprised if we do not, Watson." The bonds formed during intense shared experiences rarely dissolve, simply due to geographic separation. More significantly, I believe each member of our party gained insights into their own capacity for both receiving and providing support that will influence their approach to future relationships and social obligations. His prediction has proven remarkably accurate. The correspondence that continues to arrive from Switzerland and from the various locations where our companions have settled, provides ongoing evidence of the enduring influence of our shared experience. More importantly, it demonstrates how the lessons learned during our Alpine retreat have been applied to new circumstances and relationships, creating expanding circles of mutual support and understanding that extend far beyond our original group. Mr. Pemberton's letters, for example, describe his growing involvement in what he terms commercial philanthropy, business ventures that explicitly balance profit with social benefit, and that provide employment opportunities for persons whose circumstances might otherwise limit their options. His partnership with Thomas Ashford represents only one example of this new approach to business relationships, which prioritizes mutual benefit and long-term cooperation over short-term competitive advantage. The Countess, whose sacrifice of her precious brooch had made Sarah Fairweather's life-saving surgery, has discovered a new purpose in what she describes as aristocratic service. Rather than viewing her reduced financial circumstances as a personal tragedy, she has embraced them as an opportunity to demonstrate that true nobility lies in the intelligent use of one's resources, whether material, intellectual, or social, for the benefit of others. Her letters speak eloquently of the satisfaction she has found in serving as what she terms a facilitator of worthy connections, using her extensive social network to create opportunities for cooperation and mutual assistance among persons of good character who might not otherwise encounter each other. Perhaps most significantly, the success of Dr. Muller's therapeutic community has attracted the attention of medical professionals across Europe who recognize the potential of residential arrangements that combine professional treatment with meaningful social connection. His work represents a practical application of the insights we all gained during our Alpine experience. The recognition that healing involves not just the treatment of individual symptoms, but the restoration of social connections and meaningful purpose that give life its essential meaning. Mrs. Pembroke and Miss Morrison continue their therapeutic travels, but they now serve as informal consultants to other medical tourists, sharing their extensive knowledge of European spa treatments, while providing the kind of experience, guidance, and emotional support that can transform a medical necessity into a genuine opportunity for restoration and growth. Their letters suggest that they have become something of a legendary pair among the European spa communities, known not just for their practical expertise, but for their remarkable ability to create family-like bonds among temporary communities of health seekers. As for Miss Fairweather, now Mrs. Ashford, her transformation from desperate governess to successful business partner and happily married woman represents perhaps the most visible evidence of how circumstances can be transformed through intelligent cooperation and generous response to genuine need. Her letters speak not only of her own happiness and security, but of her determination to provide the same kind of assistance to other women in similar circumstances. She and Thomas have established what they describe as an employment network for educated women whose circumstances have forced them into precarious dependent positions, helping them find opportunities that utilize their intelligence and skills while providing genuine financial security. The success of Sarah's recovery has exceeded even the optimistic predictions of the Viennese surgeon, and her work with Thomas's import business has proven so valuable that she has been offered similar positions with several other continental trading companies. More significantly, her experience with life-threatening illness and her sister's sacrifice on her behalf have given her a particular sensitivity to others' struggles that makes her exceptionally effective in identifying and responding to various forms of need among their business associates and social circle. As I reflect on these remarkable developments from the comfortable perspective of my London study, I am struck by the contrast between the individual struggles that originally brought each member of our party to the Alpenhof and the collective prosperity and happiness that has resulted from our shared response to the crisis. None of us could have imagined, during those first awkward introductions in the hotel's elegant lobby, that we were beginning an experience that would fundamentally alter our understanding of justice, community, and human potential. Yet, perhaps the most significant lesson of our Alpine adventure lies not in its exceptional outcome, but in its demonstration of possibilities that exist within most human encounters, if we can learn to approach others with the combination of authentic curiosity, generous interpretation, and willingness to extend practical assistance that characterized our response to Miss Fairweather's desperate situation. The theft of the Countess's brooch created a crisis that could have poisoned our small community with suspicion and recrimination. Instead, it became the catalyst for discoveries about human nature and social cooperation that continue to influence each of our lives in profound and beneficial ways. Holmes, in his final assessment of the case, described it as one of the most instructive of our entire partnership, not because of any particular brilliance in detection. Indeed, the identity of the thief was relatively obvious once her motivations were understood, but because it demonstrated the possibility of justice that serves human flourishing, rather than merely satisfying abstract legal requirements. The conventional resolution would have involved accusation, confession, possible prosecution, and certainly the permanent rupture of social relationships. Our alternative approach addressed the underlying need that had motivated the crime while creating conditions for redemption and mutual benefit that continue to generate positive effects months later. I have often wondered whether our experience was unique to the particular combination of personalities and circumstances we encountered, or whether it suggests broader possibilities for responding to crime and social conflict in ways that serve healing rather than merely punishment. Certainly, not all criminal behavior stems from circumstances as sympathetic as Miss Fairweather's desperate love for her dying sister, and not all communities possess the resources and goodwill that made our innovative solution possible. Yet, I cannot help but believe that our Alpine experiment demonstrates truths about human nature and social cooperation that deserve broader application. The capacity for generosity, creativity, and mutual support that we witnessed exists within most human communities, waiting only for circumstances that reveal its potential and leadership that can guide its expression toward constructive outcomes. As I close this final entry in my account of our Alpine adventure, I am filled with gratitude, not only for the specific lessons learned and friendships formed, but for the expanded understanding of human possibility that the experience has provided. In a world too often characterized by competition, suspicion, and the mechanical application of abstract principles without regard for human complexity, our Swiss retreat demonstrated the remarkable results that can emerge when people approach each other with authentic curiosity, generous interpretation, and willingness to sacrifice personal advantage for collective benefit. The mystery of the Massim brooch was solved not through brilliant deduction or dramatic confrontation, but through patient observation, compassionate understanding, and creative problem-solving that addressed root causes, rather than merely symptoms. The real mystery: how strangers can become family, how crisis can generate healing, how justice can serve redemption, was explored through our collective experience and resolved through our shared commitment to human flourishing over abstract principle. Tomorrow I shall write to Catherine Ashford to congratulate her on the news of her forthcoming motherhood, and to Thomas to discuss his proposal for a London office that would extend their employment network to English women in similar circumstances to those Catherine once faced. I shall also respond to the Countess's invitation to visit her new residence, where she has established what she describes as a salon for practical philanthropy that brings together persons of various backgrounds and resources who share commitment to intelligent social cooperation. These ongoing connections represent far more than mere social courtesy or nostalgic attachment to a pleasant holiday experience. They constitute evidence of the enduring influence of those remarkable days when 8 strangers learned to see past surface differences to the fundamental humanity that connects us all, and when they discovered that authentic justice requires not the mechanical application of rules, but the intelligent and generous response to human need that serves both individual flourishing and collective benefit. The fire in my study has burned low now, much as it did on our final evening at the Grand Hotel Alpine, but the warmth of memory and continuing connection keeps at bay any chill of winter or time. Our Alpine adventure may have concluded, but its lessons continue to unfold in ways that enrich not only our own lives, but the lives of countless others who have been touched by the expanding circles of mutual support and understanding that began during those transformative days when a simple theft became the catalyst for one of the most beautiful demonstrations of human possibility it has ever been my privilege to witness. As I extinguish my lamp and prepare to retire, I carry with me the profound satisfaction that comes from having participated in something far more significant than the solution of a crime or the resolution of a mystery. We had the extraordinary privilege of witnessing and contributing to a demonstration of justice as it should be, not merely the punishment of wrongdoing, but the intelligent and compassionate response to human need that serves healing, redemption, and the flourishing of all involved. In such moments, the true purpose of detection becomes clear, not merely to identify violations of law or social convention, but to understand the complex human circumstances that create such violations, and to respond with wisdom that serves both individual need and collective benefit. Our Alpine mystery taught us that the greatest victories come not from exposing criminals, but from helping desperate people discover better alternatives to desperate choices, and in the process helping entire communities discover their capacity for extraordinary generosity and creative cooperation. Such, I believe, represents the highest achievement of both detection and justice, not the satisfaction of abstract principles, but the flourishing of human lives and communities in all their magnificent complexity and potential.